You know the thing? The thing that I do, the thing, you know the thing, right? You know the thing, right? Definitely the thing. It's totally the thing. The thing? The thing. Uh-huh. Thing. Yep, definitely thing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got a thing. We got a thing. We got a thing, and then a thing. And then we think. And then we think some more. And then we think again. And then we think a fourth time. And then I didn't think the thing. And then we think the other thing. Oh, I'm gonna start with that. Ah, ah. None can truly E enough times to become E. Why so many E? That's a lot of E. That's a lot of E. That's a lot of E. Hello, again, and welcome. Uh, Nobody else would know what I'm talking about. I'm sure. Nobody needs to know. Nobody needs to know. Hello and welcome to the Shy Assassin, the Egoist, the Bridgewater. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna put myself in streaming mode again. However long that takes. Got the huta 2H?
Last minute
Who
snack, tea, and
insists?
cat food check.
I don't eat the cat food. Foxes do not eat the cat food. As for snack, probably not. I'm kind of full still. Tea? I don't have any tea. Perhaps we can make tea during one of the breaks. One of the breaks. I don't know which one. Probably should have gotten myself some sort of drink, some sort of tea or hot drink. That would probably have been a good idea. Maybe? Maybe. Hmm. Perhaps? Don't eat the cat food. The fox is eating the cat food. Oh no. Does that mean it's fox food now? Very, It's a foxy cat. Maybe it's a catty fox. We don't know. I don't know. Runtime. There ain't no runtime. We don't have runtime. Not to the runtime. I don't think we runtime. Probably. Probably. The notion of making tea, though, that's, That's kind of vaguely appealing. Make a cup. A single cup of tea. Yeah. 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 Maybe I do that. Cinnamon. 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 I was planning on using the, what's it called? Turmeric chai. Like, is that stuff better with cinnamon? If I were to make regular chai, I'd want a bunch of it. Regular. Not very regular, though, is it? They have returned. I have some tea. Small quantity of tea. Delicious small quantity of tea. Helpful. No problem. Hello and welcome to Colonoscopy and Nympheus. I think we're gonna like probably shout out colonoscopy. And maybe also salad forest. They were doing like one of those interview things earlier. Small quantity. Quantity. It's a little warm. It's a little bit warm. It's just a bit. Hope you're doing good today. Hope your little stream collaboration thing went well. Sort of lurking a little bit on the salad forest side. The molecules, they are very, very highly excited. Very exothermic. Crashy the OBS? Not the crashy of the OBS? I ended up crashing the OBS so many times. 16 gigabytes is too many. It's too many. At that point, I'm inclined to assume that something went wrong. Hey, did we spell this right? Yes, there we go. I'm not crazy. I know how to spell. Out. Very out. We're spelling. We have a good spelling. We have good spelling. Don't spill on the tea. That would be bad. That would be kind of not great. That would be kind of not great. Which one of these windows do I want? I want this one. That one over there. You have entered Arrived, even. Endured. No, wait, that's not right. Welcome to the Christopher 1955. We're just gonna read this differently every time, aren't we? It's still kind of hot. I have tea, and it is kind of hot. Load, 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 load. Hello and again, welcome to the Azrael IO. Don't burn off my taste buds. I'm always burning off my taste buds, don't you know? Finally, some top quality NeoVim content. We gotta split the buffer. And we gotta split the buffer vertically. And we gotta split that buffer vertically. And we gotta split that buffer vertically. And we gotta split that buffer horizontally. And we gotta split that buffer vertically. And we gotta split that buffer vertically. And we gotta split that buffer horizontally. At some point, you kind of have to wonder, like, how many buffers can you split? I'm not really sure what the behavior of this is. It's interesting, though. It can't even program in that kind of small of a space. Like, what do you... Can't see anything in there. NeoVim has feelings? This is news to me. Slightly news to me. Alright, now that we've stopped playing around with NeoVim's feelings, I need to actually decide what it is I want to work on. Like, I had some idea. And I'm pretty sure, but not entirely sure, that it had something to do with render passes. I think I wanted to take render pass. And we wanted to build an abstraction over that. I'm pretty sure. I'm not entirely sure. But I'm pretty sure that's what I had decided. Probably. And it's such an obscure construct there. Why did I do it that way? Destroy instance. I'm just gonna commit all the things. All of them. I don't even remember what I did last time. We built out swap chains as an abstraction, sort of, kinda, almost. Kinda, sorta, almost. Wait, we don't have source? Swap chain. That is not get add. Why the hell did I type? Yep, I'm doing great. We're at the beginning of this stream and we're doing great. I'm trying to CD into my files. Yep. What is this? Swap chain and surface. That's not how you spell surface. Resource structures. That's a lot of words. That's a lot of words. But not that many words. So yeah, on the last stream, I built a structure that holds on to like swap chain and all the swap images, and to some extent also the frame buffers. Kind of. We will probably end up needing a bit more of that. Expand that a little bit at some point. And I also built kind of a structure that encapsulates what's it called? Surface. Which is decent from like a resource releasability standpoint. It will properly, hopefully, clean up the surfaces and stuff when the program exits. Which is kind of sort of what I want. Kind of, sort of, probably, definitely. And then at the end of the stream, the last stream, I was looking through initialization, and I was like, we're missing something. A render pass. Render passes are not necessarily they're not like directly related to the swap chains. But they're kind of loosely related to the swap chain. I take a sip of tea, and the next thing I know, I am chibi. And I don't even think it's chibi tea. Chibi tea. Magic tea. Wait, why are you color? Why you access bits too? Why are you access bits too? Ay, ay, ay. Just, ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. We can't do access to unless we're using like dependency to something or other structure, which we don't have. I don't even know if that kind of thing exists or not. I don't know if I want to find out or not. Alright, we got render pass over here. Multi-sample resolve operations. Compatibility. I think this is what I wanted to read about. Frame buffers and graphics pipelines are created based on a specific render pass object. They must only be used with that render pass object or one compatible with it. Two attachment references are compatible if they have matching format and sample count. Two arrays of attachment references are compatible if all corresponding pairs of attachments are compatible. If the arrays are of different lengths, attachment references not present in the smaller array are treated as attachment unused. Two render passes are compatible if their corresponding color, input, resolve, depth, stencil, attachment references are compatible, and if they are otherwise identical except for initial, final image layouts, load and store operations, image layout, and attachment references. A frame buffer is compatible with a render pass if it was created using the same render pass or a compatible render pass. How do you transform attachments? Attachment may alias. Got formats. Subpass description. Bind point graphics compute. Yeah, no, we don't care about that. Subpass dependency. Very So I might just want to like shovel all of these things into a structure and then maybe try to work it out from there. Maybe. Like that sounds to me like the course of action that I need to take. Don't care. Store, upload. Wait, which field are we working here? What field are we doing here? I don't even... Spicy pixel. Are we spicing the pixels? It's some of that extra spice. Here, what do I want to do with this? I want... I guess we want to like paste. You're not gonna let me paste. It's not gonna let me paste. Let me paste. Put those up there. Put you there. Doesn't want blue? I don't quite get it. Birds? Birds. I don't know. I do not know the birds. I don't think I know the birds. There's no more tea. Drink the tea. Render pass. Do I want render pass? In same location. The ancient meme. I gotta have the ancient memes. I don't know if I've seen this ancient meme though. Now, where's the render pass? You are in device. I'm almost tempted to just like stick this in here, be like Redner pass. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think we might put that in there. Up along with all the device stuff. And then I think we need the format. Like we need format. What are you? You are an attachment. So I don't know if there's anything to initialize there. But we do want some destruction. We want destroy. maximum destruction. And then we probably want something to like create the render paths or something. Let's see, this needs to exist based on device. So I guess we'll hold on to a reference to the device. And then the render pass pointer itself. We definitely need that. Let's see, we probably want the subpass dependencies. The subpasses. What do we got? We got input attachments, color attachments, resolve attachments, depth attachments, preserve attachments. Wait, we can only have one resolve and one depth attachment. Right? Depth stencil attachment. Attachment reference structures. Okay. So they'll sort of like share structures, I guess. Attachment reference. very, It's almost like I want to add a subpath as a data structure almost. Keep track of attachments. Okay, where does this one go? You go in here. So we got attachments. And then we can like reuse them or something. So yeah, that's sort of if attachment feedback loop layout feature is not enabled. Layout must not be layout attachment feedback loop. Good to know, I guess. Maybe. I don't know how I want to structure these. But maybe they can be... So I need an array of them. I guess they can be vector. Here you go, attachment description. Attachment descriptions. Yeah. And then we have subpath. I don't know how I want to structure that, but very What is this? How the color and depth components of an attachment are treated at the beginning of the subpath, where it is first used. Components are treated at the end of the subpath, where it is last used. Huh. I think we don't care though. In the case that I'm using here, I don't think I care. But really, that ultimately depends on like how the render path actually functions. Like what we're actually using it for. If we're using it to, I don't know, blend stuff onto an existing attachment or whatever. That becomes very, very important. But in this case, we don't care. Describing that, however, is, I guess, the hard part. You call destroy. You will maybe destroy things once we have them. You're gonna create stuff. You are going to like configure something or other. And, yeah. Yeah. Evil destruction. We're not even evil destructioning anything. What am I doing? I want a static cast. We want a static cast. The number of items? Attachment items? Got all the items? Or maybe we don't have all the items, I don't know. Alright, so what do we need for a subpath? The attachments. More attachments. Maybe even more attachments after that. The dependencies on the subpasses. Very, somewhat, I guess we could just make a vector of like I don't know, subpass dependency. Maybe also subpass description. And maybe maybe. And then we need all these attachment reference list things. Because of course we do. Because of course we do. Maybe I can make like a big giant vector. Of like all the attachments. Because why not? Yeah. Yeah, so because this has to be filled in with like arrays of pointers. This is my plan. We won't fill in the pointers right away. Instead, I will just insert items into attachment refs in the order that, like, the subpasses have to be, like, filled out. This is a terrible idea. So then when we call the, like, create function, it will go through each one of these. And it will, I guess, I don't know, fill them in. The catch here is, though, that we'll need we'll need to make them, like, not null pointer. We just need to set them to a non-null pointer of some kind. If they're going to be filled in and used. And then before we, like, actually call create or whatever, just go through, fill in all the pointers. Yeah. Crazy idea, maybe slightly. But I think it might work. I think it might work. So we can add a subpass for graphics or something. Because those come in different flavors. Okay, what are subpass description flags? Also just a bunch of extensions. Oh, I don't think I have to worry about that too much. Let's see, then. Very then and then. Me and then. Like, a render pass is a very kind of high level thing, so. I'm almost wondering if I want to stick supplemental information in here or not. No idea. I want another window open here, though.
Has the missing keyboard of the Twilight been found?
Nope. I think we lost it. I think it is forever lost in the abyss. Or maybe it's been lost in subscriptions? Subscriptions? I don't know what I was trying to say. Distractions and subscriptions at the same time? Yeah, shame if someone weren't subscribed. Redeems the minute of ads. Too true. Too true. Right, all this was in device. Right, right. It's subpass graphics. So we got subpath. I want to add subpath description. Three minutes. 3 minutes is pretty fearsome. Kind of, sort of, maybe. What do we got? Color attachments. Subpass description. I feel like we should get rid of that. New dot flags. Pipeline bind point. Input attachment counts. Pointer input attachments. Color attachment counts. Pointer color attachments. Pointer resolve attachments. So many attachments. Are you stencil attachment? Preserve attachments. Count. So many attachments. So many attachments. There's many different kinds of attachments. There's so many different kinds. So many different kinds. Wait, I don't know where in the list we are. We're given subpass. Eek. Slightly eek. The device reference can go up there. I think I need some sort of offset, which is like where the current subpath attachment reference offset. We like long and descriptive names here in Vulcan land, right? Maybe, maybe not. Anyways, then we want to be able to add input attachment. Maybe? Add a color attachment? Maybe? I feel like I should probably just be trying to build out sort of the minimum required functionality for render passes, because I don't know if we're actually going to use this much or not. All of the attachments. Because, like, when you're rendering stuff, you have to tell the, like, the shader if you want to, like, read from, like, a previous, like, frame or whatever. So, like, if you have something like, I don't know, you're applying lighting effects to your scene in the middle of rendering, you probably want, like, an input attachment, which is, like, your unlit scene or your previously lit scene. So it can read pixels from there. And then your output, your color attachments are kind of like where you put the resulting color pixels. Depth stencil is where you put depth buffer values. So objects can occlude one another. Then preserve is like, I don't know. I don't even know. You want to like attach stuff to the render path. What is this? Attachments that are not used by the subpath, but whose contents must be preserved throughout the subpath. I suppose this could sort of like make sense if you have some block of memory that you're using for your subpath. It's not referenced directly as an attachment. Hello, and again, welcome to Jade Sen. I'm not entirely sure, like, what the use case for preserving attachments is, but like that's sort of my contrived assumption. Kinda, sort of. Anyways, what are we doing here? We're adding color attachments. So we want to add, I guess, all this stuff to my attachment lists here. Make unique render path. And then we want to add whatever the hell this thing is. I have to add the format. Add the thing in the format. Oh, look, more ads. Yeah. Final layout. Present. Initial layout, color attachment. Hmm. Very hmm. Read about making games? Play a game? Just make the game instead of reading about how to make the game? No, that's not right. That wouldn't be right either. What do we got? We got subpath, color attachment. I don't really know if I want to make this like super complex or not. Just the Ricardo Strikey. Hello, and again, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, hello, hello. Because if like the color attachments, or if the attachments in general were some sort of like object or pointer and I could like cross-reference them, then I could sort of generate some of this. Are we coding? We're doing... I'm trying to build an abstraction for render passes in my 3D Vulkan engine. Turned something else. So there's one place where, for some reason, I decided it would be a good idea to set up render passes instead of just making the whole thing dynamic. And that's like where the basically in the final sort of output pass. I don't know why. I don't know why I am doing it this way. Although maybe I kind of do. Which is the Sky Gray TV. Here to deliver the small itch to play Factorio. I've not tried to I've not tried to make Factory. Kind of a while. The task of making the Vulkan renderer is the Torment Nexus. Too true, too true, too true. Train network. I have to spread the mind virus. Not the mind virus. Anything but the mind virus. Speaking of mind virus, we gotta shout out the Sky Gray TV. This is always fun. Truly, 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 truly. Been reminded. The mod is broken. You have not fixed it for months and months and months and more months, and it's too many months. Alright, so here's how this works. Here's how this is going to work in my crazy system here. We're gonna look for the subpath, which has a number of items, and if it's empty, we're going to return because it's empty. Otherwise, we're going to get a reference to the subpath, like the last subpath. And then we're also going to get the offset from the current subpath attachment reference offset. The subpath in this context is a subpath of a render path. So, like, a render path is something that proceeds in stages. Why they proceed in stages, I'm honestly not entirely sure. But they do. So during each subpath, you have a certain set of, like, input frame buffers called input attachments, and you have output frame buffers called color attachments. You can read input pixels or an input pixel from an input attachment, do shader nonsense to it, then your results get spat out to the color attachments and depth attachment. If you have those. Input attachments, though, they're technically optional. Because if you don't want to do input attachment, the other way is to have all of your input pixel come from textures. Another side effect of, like, color attachments, though, is that you can blend to them. So color attachments can technically be considered both inputs and outputs, or just outputs only. Because if you want to, like, do a pixel blend operation, you need to, like, set the color attachments to have an input mode and an output mode, so that the graphics card knows that it will be reading from the color attachment. Or not. In my case, though, if I remember correctly, I'm basically overriding the color attachment every single time, and we don't have an input attachment. So the end result is just um, just overwriting. Overwrite the color attachment every single time. Speaking of that infamous color attachment, we want to find out how many input attachments the current render pass has. We want to skip over those. And then I think we want to skip over color attachments. If we have any, and then this offset will tell me where in the attachment references list we want to insert an item. What are you, iterator? We don't really want an iterator. Or maybe we do want an iterator. Or maybe we don't want an iterator, because the iterator is going to be changing if we insert items. So I think an offset is probably fine. And the thing we're going to stick in here is one of these, like, attachment reference structures. I guess. The attachment. Now, instead of being to do, maybe we just, I don't know, give this thing the attachment number. Attachment index. Do I have to be like begin plus offset? Is this really how you want to make me do this? This is really how it's going to make me do it. And then, in order to uphold my silly contract, will be color attachments. I will set this to, I don't know, avoid pointer 1 or some such. I don't know. VK attachment reference 1. Something that's not null. Basically. And be like, yeah, that's totally how that works. Yep. Uh-huh. So that should cover. That should take care of subpasses, render attachments. We need to add that index to. And then subpass. Subpass dependency. Maybe we'll just throw that in here. Yeah, we'll just set all of those. What do we got here? Stages. Do I have to mess with the stages? I might have to mess with the stages, or I might not. Anyways, once we've gotten through all of those, I'm gonna like fill these in. So what are you? You're the subpass size, subpass data. Subpass dependency size. Subpass dependency data. Return false if no errors. And now for the tricky part, the magic part of the whole thing. we have to like loop through all of the subpasses. Let's see, I need a pointer. The start of the attachment references list array thing. So, like, if we have input attachments, then we'll, like, point our input attachments. The attachment ref, the, what is it? The attachment, a pointer thing, attach pointer thing. And then we're going to move it by the offset, and then we're going to add the input attachment count to the offset. Now we have color attachments. If we have color attachments. We're going to point U, have the attachment pointer, the current attachment pointer, and then offset U by what is it? Color attachment counts. And then if we have like resolve attachments, then we're going to do resolve attachments if the pass has a depth stencil attachment. This one we're just going to add one. If the pass has preserve attachments, steal this one. This has the better pattern. I'm gonna do that. This will make all of the pointers point to the appropriate arrays of things. Yeah. Yeah. This is the Luna request. Hello, hi, welcome. Hello? So that should let me create render path. If render pass created film next contains a multi-view create structure, not doing that. Don't think I want to do any of that. Render passes must include subpass dependencies between any two subpasses that operate on the same attachment or aliasing attachments. Wait, these define the subpath. Ah. 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 Uh-huh. So technically I don't need subpath dependency. Unless I'm doing something that actually involves dependent values or something. Because this has the subpass number in it. Right, yeah, okay, yeah, I don't know, this seems to suggest that our destination is going to be that we are reading from whatever we're running, whatever our color attachment is, our swap chain color attachment. I don't think that we need to do that though in this particular case, but I also don't remember how I set this up. I'm going crazy with the bits again, I see. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Samplers? I don't think we care about the samplers. Never enough samplers. Let me see here. Pipelines. I think these involved. I think these involve the render. The render buffer. The render pass. The render pass. That thing. What we got? If we have dynamic rendering. Then dynamic rendering, otherwise render path. View mask, color attachment, depth attachment. You know, you gotta know how many attachments to put. I don't know if we can just set the render path to like null though. That's kind of don't we need that? Pipeline create info, render path. Render path. Describing the environment in which the pipeline will be used. Pipeline must only be used with a render path instance compatible with the one provided. So where does it tell me about render path? Render path is not null handle. And the pipeline is being created with fragment output interface state. And for each color attachment in the subpath, if the potential format features of the format corresponding attachment description do not contain color attachment blend, then the blend enable member, the corresponding Elements of the attachments member must be false. So that's all just about blending. Eek. Render pass is not null. Pipelines being created with fragment shader state. The subpass uses a depth stencil attachment, and the related dynamic state is not set. The pointer depth stencil state must be valid. If render pass is not null, then multi-sample render something extension. I don't care about that. Render pass is not null. Subpass must be a valid subpass within the render pass. So, the pipelines that don't use dynamic rendering, those need like subpass info. What are you? Subpass 0? Subpass 0. Subpass 0. You can attach different parts, different stages of the pipeline. Different stages of the pipeline together. It's kind of sort of eek. Kind of sort of eek. Have I completed any project using a functional programming language? I sort of want to make the functional programming language meme. But I will restrain myself a little bit. I don't think I have. I don't think that I actually have. I don't usually work on anything that's written in like functional programming languages. The closest thing is probably like, I don't know, Rust, but Rust isn't really what most people consider a functional programming language. I could be wrong, but that's sort of my thought on the matter there. Like, I've written stuff in Rust, but that's about it. As far as like other functional programming languages go, I can't really say that I have written anything. Like, I've never written. I don't think I've written any Lisps. My own cursed thing, but that's a scripting language, so I don't think that counts. Doesn't really count. That one doesn't count. So yeah, no, I don't think I have. Most of my projects don't exactly lend themselves to that style. And I've never like made up an excuse to like build a project that was explicitly like functional programming. The only times I've done functional programming was sort of like as, I guess, sort of like as a thought exercise or something. Which is not much. I don't know if I would consider that like real programming or not. Does it look interesting? I mean, sort of. In a certain way, it does kind of look interesting. I think the thing that's probably most interesting about it is that um, like a lot of functional programming shows up in like solvers, I think, a little bit. Although not necessarily explicitly. Junk at my keyboard E. So there have been a couple of different times when I've been kind of wanting to look into like learning functional programming for different things. I was thinking about incorporating like functional programming patterns into like my language thing. Low level functional programming languages. You know, I'm gonna say Rust is probably the closest thing to that. Like, obviously, it's not perfect in that regard, but like, it kind of has some of that flavor to it. Like, it does have a lot of imperative programming features to make it more like intercompatible with things, but you have to sort of write stuff in a very functional kind of way, more likely than not. And the standard libraries in Rust kind of push you in that direction a bit. So like, it's not pure functional programming, but you get by a lot better if you actually treat it like a functional programming language. Dehydrate. 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 Some sort of Pokemon? No, clearly not. We gotta drink the invisible water. And or spill the invisible water on my face. I have to actually get up for a minute or three. I'm gonna be right back. 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Three minutes? Here, I thought I was the evil one. Did you break the ad manager thing? Ay, 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 ay. I think it got broken. I think it broken. It's broken. Ads are now unmanaged. This is a very real place where I would be like, very unmanaged. They are broken. They kind of sort of broke. The yellow sucker. Gamma prism means maximum irradiation. Gamma, alpha, beta. We're just stacking prisms. Guess we're just stacking prisms. The eye sucker. Somewhere deep within the mess. The I see you. Bitrate go burr. The bitrate go burr. Bitrate always go burr. Bitrate always go burr. Twitch be twitching. Twitch be twitching. I think my stream bitrate for Twitch is always somewhere between like 4,000 and like 41,000 kilobits per second. Which is enough for most things. But not full screen hollow projector Mesaka. Maybe if it was 30 frames per second, that'd be a different story. But it's not. The render pass is null handle. The pipeline is created with fragment output interface state and any element of rendering created in color attachment formats is not undefined and the dynamic state extension is not enabled. And blend state must be a valid pointer. The pipeline requires fragment output interface state. Render passes a null handle. And depth and rendering create info stencil format is not undefined. It must be a format that includes stencil. Depth attachment format is not undefined. And there must be a format that includes depth. This is all the depth and stencil stuff related to dynamic interface state. If the pipeline requires fragment output interface state and render passes null handle and rendering color attachment count is not 0, color attachment formats must be a valid pointer to an array of color attachment count valid format values. If the pipeline requires fragment output interface state, we got null handle. Each element of the color attachment formats must be a valid format value. How's that different from this one? Let's see, all the formats have to be have to have feature color attachment bits. That's kind of important. Depth and stencil formats, those need features. Render pass is null handle. Color blend state is not dynamic. And we have fragment output interface state. Blend state attachment count must equal the color attachment. Color attachment count. Ugh. It was a very unusual noise. I was trying to read color attachment count and sneeze at the same time. I don't even know how that managed to happen. I guess in a lot of different ways. A render pass almost has to be aware of the pipelines that are using it in some way. Like maybe not entirely, but kind of. There's like a lot of requirements for this. There's a lot of things in here. Like, holy oof. I mean, at least it's comprehensive. But, I ain't reading all that. I might have to read some of that. I don't want to read all that. Boing. Boing. What do we have here? The M. Too much M. Where do you even get used? Begin render pass. Render offset, render area, clear values. clear value count. So 0. So we were clearing it before, but not anymore because I didn't want to do that. I see how it is. Or maybe I don't. Begin render path. No, so I guess the pipelines define like how to actually process the sub passes or whatever. I think. Seems a little bit eek. Of course, here we have rendering attachments and whatnot. Kind of stuff that would go into a render path. Color attachment, yeah. No, but yeah, but no. Honestly, I'm not sure why I did it this way. Why would it make the stuff that is easier to make dynamic not dynamic, and the stuff that's easier to use render passes with doesn't use render passes? Nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. I'm gonna do end render. Begin render path. End render path. Barriers. I'll put some barriers in between things. Oh, do we use the render pass for any other things? I feel like we kind of don't. Fixed pipelines. Where do we call these? Polygon? The polygon? The UI? Hey, you're number 3, 5. I should not have identified these by number. That makes it way harder to tell which one is which. Make 3. Or output 1 or 0. So yeah, I think most of these get used in here during the dynamic stage, the not so dynamic stage. Okay, you 0, 1, 2, 4, and 5. And then I guess 3 gets used. somewhere else. Back up here. 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 is dynamic. 4, 5. And then I guess the rest of them are kind of generic, dynamic ones. That's yeah. Hello and welcome to the Comrade Soul. I'm even gonna comment about pizza. I think I just did. Which is the Lotus Kushan. Hello, hello. Always staring. Always staring at the Mesaka. You have to be careful if you stare at the Mesaka. You never know when the Mesaka will stare back. Too much blinking. Too much blinky. Too much blinky. Too much blinky. Too much blinky blinky. Duty geometry. Not doing the geometry. I don't even know what I'm looking for here. If I want to like, what are we trying to do? What am I trying to do? Am I trying to like replace these render passes or what? And this is probably one of those or what kind of cases. If you stare into the Mesaka stares back at you. Because that's how that works. That's how that works. Right, 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 right. You are part of render pass test. Render pass test. We don't have render pass test, do we? I don't think we do. We got here. We got create. Begin. Render underscore path. Are you telling me that a shrimp fried this rice? What are you? You are a frame buffer. Validate frame buffer. The malaise. What does the malaise? What does the malaise? Are you read device? Maybe this should be a shared pointer to render RAS. A render path. And then I guess we'll stick these in here so I can find all of them. Let's see, can we destroy it? Destroy it! Destruction of the render path. Let's balance the humors. This is very important. Very kind of important. I'm only going to destroy. So we call device destroy. What we're called? Return? No, render path. If it's not null pointer. Then destroy it. You return void. Don't even want to know how that's supposed to fail. I don't even want to know how that's supposed to fail. What are you? Render path begin info. Render path begin info. Contents. Subpass contents inline. I don't know what this command does. I forget. Because it wasn't exactly like the most clear thing ever. Where would this even be? Render paths commands. Begin a render path. Contents. How the commands in the first subpass will be provided. After beginning a render path instance, the command buffer is ready to record the commands for the first subpass of the render path. Alternately, to begin a render pass, call begin render pass 2 or the equivalent command begin render pass 2 khr. After which the command buffer is ready to run the first subpass or whatever. Render pass to begin an instance of frame buffer containing attachments. Render area is where to render. Application must ensure, using scissor if necessary, that all rendering is contained within the render area. Oh my. Ended up with the play a game option. Hopefully fun. Hopefully fun. Pretty rare that I role play a game. Especially on my streaming days. See if the attachment uses load op value of load clear, or if the attachment has depth stencil format uses load up clear. The array is indexed by attachment number. Only elements corresponding to cleared attachments are used. Other elements of p clear values are ignored. Extension sample pass sample locations begin info. Attachment sample locations extension. Transform begin info. subpass begin info. Begin render pass content specifying how the commands in the first subpass will be provided. Contents inline secondary command buffers. Contents of the subpass will be recorded inline in the primary command buffer, and the secondary command buffers must not be executed within the subpass. Contents are recorded in secondary command buffers that will be called from the primary command buffer. Command to execute commands is the only valid command in the command buffer until next subpass or end render pass. That's why, okay. Why do we have these restrictions? Slightly eek? If this includes a device group render pass begin info structure, the structure includes a device mask and set of render areas. What are you? You're the upper bound on the set of physical devices. Render pass attachment begin info. Render area granularity. Next subpass. Go to the next subpass in the render pass instance after recording commands for a subpass. Call next subpass. Subpass index for a render pass begins at 0 when begin render pass is recorded. Increments each time next subpass is recorded. After transitioning to the next subpass, application can record commands for that subpass. Current subpass index must be less than the number of subpasses in the render pass minus 1. Command cannot be recorded. It must not be recorded when transform feedback is active. And render path. I have not covered multipass rendering at all yet, but I don't entirely know if I want to or not. Kind of eek. It is ever so slightly eek. Subpass end info structure. It's defined as a type and a next pointer. So I want to change this to the render pass. Render pass. Yep. Mm-hmm. And then in this creation thing, this is going to be this local parameter here. Yeah. Yeah. And you, I think we're going to delete you. We got pipeline create info here. This requires render path. Where are you? You are part of frame buffer. Frame buffer has to be compatible with the render path. Because of course it does. Somewhat. Slightly. This is the L colon Q. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Good evening, evening. Hope you're feeling a bit better. We're in the volcano. A little bit, a little bit. The volcano. Yeah, I'm doing a refactor of render passes and like rendering. I think the conclusion I've come to is that I don't want to have to use render passes. I just want to evade all that lava. Like for real, for real. Validate frame buffer. Guess we could like give this thing a shared pointer to render path. Then we're gonna take all that and add it to the like signature for this thing. Very important. Very important. And then we have to deal with the calling it. Just shove that out there. We're gonna shout out the L:Q because that's not an opportunity I get very often. Is it? Is it? Maybe? Probably? Maybe not. Definitely high quality stream. Can highly recommend. We're not even sarcasming. It's the mental equilibrist. Hello, hello. Much thank you for Chibi. We're Chibi. We are become flattened. Oh, there another. Yes, there's this one. The one in the pipelines. The pipelines need to be aware of the render path. So I need to specify the render path. The pipelines. Are we adjusting the eye contrast? It's almost always the one that you least expect. I don't want the pipelines to like hard reference the render path in the device. They should have their own individual reference to it. So I need to find, I guess, the pipeline structure. Forward declare that ness. that madness, and then we go. Let me go where? Where do we go? We go in here somewhere. Render path. Which of course can, that can be null. That's valid. Dynamic rendering. I guess this means that we'd also have to put this in the like move constructor thing. Probably. Yeah. Alright, now I can go in here. And be like, if we have a render path, that we're gonna use it. Sakashima grass lizards. Is Sakashima grass lizards a good band name? It's just a bunch of pointers being pointed at something. A lot of things are pointers that point at something. Everything is pointers that point at something if you think about it at too low of a level. Right, can I rename this to handle? My preferred names for all the things. What is it called? Standard? STD is short for the word standard. A part of the standard library. Standard library namespace. But because of silly reasons, I don't get rid of the, I don't get rid of the standard library prefix. I just leave it there. Why do I leave it there? I have no idea. But I do. Too late to change it now, maybe? Unless I want to refactor everything, be like, use that. Delete. I don't feel like doing that refactor. The more you know. The more you know. So render path in this case is like a smart pointer to a structure that manages render pass objects for me. And then that gets used by different parts of the engine. The renderer, the rendering engine. Anyways, now that I've moved that, we have to go out to where we create all these. I gotta clean up the pronunciation. I probably have to. I tend to mumble quite a bit. Why isn't there a my suck sad emote? Because I didn't draw one yet. I need to draw a sad Maisaka emote. Do we need to do this? Do I need to derail this stream? Accomplish this one little task? I might have to do that. I might have to do that. Final ray. Basically, if we don't use dynamic rendering, we want to use the render pass instead. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I want everything to be dynamic. That would save me some efforts. Or maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. What are you set up with? Rendering create info. Frame buffer image format. Depth image format. No stencil format. It's very strongly tempting. Restart. Dump. We have a dump command here. Pretty vicious. It looks like program. Also looks like program that would be bound to like crash or stop or halt at the end. You will notice that this dump operation, oh my god, I should not select that, has the program at the very beginning. It doesn't run the program before dumping it. It just kind of sets everything up. Where was it? It was on page 6. Windows 6. Page Windows 6. Page Windows 6. Pixel is no longer spicy. Probably because it only ran one time. I don't see any loop construct in there. So I'm inclined to believe that it's broken in some way. For real, for real? Where do we make this thing at? So, can we just, So, like, we got this, like, dynamic rendering stuff somewhere? Can I just, like, do that? But for... like, the render pass thing? I don't have a pointer. I have a pointer here. I need a pointer to stick the, like, color attachment thing in. Because this has to be, like, an array of sorts. Rendering final info. It's the final info. Or should I say the final pass info? Yeah, I don't know about that. What if I put this in the swap chain? What if we put the rendering info in the swap chain? Because, like, we got swap images and swap images. I put frame buffers in them for some reason. It is an Astatine Chan. We have a cute, possibly evil fox. Or a possible. Or the possible cute Astatine Chan. We need to swap. We need to swap image. We need to shout out the Astatine Chan. Why do I keep attaching my words to the wrong sentences? Very curious indeed. We are in fact doing some Vulkan things, some refactors a little bit. Building some flavorful abstractions over like render passes. It's kind of going okay. It's kind of sorta okay. And like if we have like the pipeline rendering create info, maybe we can put that in the swap chain somehow. Somehow. I don't know how the somehow is gonna work, but maybe somehow. I guess the sort of like problem is if the frame buffer image format goes away, then the pointer is going to be like hanging out, just kind of chilling. Which would be not great. So I don't know if we want rendering create info in the swap chain without proper like pointer management. Kind of feels like we kind of did that for everything else though. Like we're just assuming it's not gonna blow up in my face. That's not a very good assumption. It's not a very healthy assumption. Wait, rendering create info. Not the rendering create info. These they're named fields. The named fields. We could put all of this stuff in its own little structure, maybe, that is guaranteed to stay in scope. That wouldn't be the worst idea ever. Probably, maybe. Probably, maybe. Let's find you, and then we'll find, let's see here. Is that like rendering info? Rendering info. Alright, you're the info, and then we'll have, I guess we need vector to store the formats. Yeah. Yeah. Go back here, be like format. And then we'll just change this to my structure here, the pipeline rendering info structure thing. Yeah. Yeah. Pipeline. Turbo dumb. Can't be that turbo dumb. You're writing a very. You're like. You're writing code for a very esoteric and very complicated piece of software. With a very novel input method. Clearly, you must be a genius. Or maybe not clearly. But probably. Probably. Let's see here. What do we want? We want push color attachment. Which I probably should have just stole the declaration for from the header. That would probably probably do me some good. So the way you work is we get the whatever the hell it was called, color attachment formats, and then we'll push our format, and then we'll take our info structure, color attachment count, and then we'll add size, which I probably have to static cast into a uint32 type because reasons. And then our pointer to our color attachment formats is going to be data, always. Now if the pointer changes, the structure will hopefully always point at it. Hopefully. Hopefully, kind of, sort of, maybe. I also want constructor. Which we did not put. We did not put. Very important. I'm going to initialize this all to be like basically like undefined or something. Just everything 0, everything undefined, everything unset. Are you a genius yet? We got lots of spicy pixels. Lots of spicy pixels. Lots of pixels. Very important. Lots of important. Alright, so instead of being pipeline rendering create info, you're going to be the pipeline rendering info. Like my silly structure. And now we're going to point depth attachment format. And we're going to push a color attachment format. So that I don't have to worry about any of that. It's the Raymarch. Hello, hello again. Welcome, welcome. the Raymarch managed to release the thingy? And if we did not, we should shout out the Raymarch, who makes awesome graphics library in Rust. The shame of extra shame. It has nice readme. How nice of a readme are we talking here? It's got triangle crab. A very triangle. It eliminates the need for a separate shader language and verbose descriptors without compromising on functionality by fully embedding all shader and pipeline features into the Rust type system. By bridging the gap between CPU and GPU without I cannot read. Without leaving the Rust type system, Shame empowers you to build concise graphics programs with a refreshing level of type safety. Well, it sounds like this guy is trying to sell me something, except not. Because it's MIT license and Apache 2.0 license. Wait, why there's two different licenses? Apparently there's multiple licenses. You put your pipeline function and your structures, and then you get out your shader language and your descriptory things. Because Lego Brick do the thing, install the thing. Set up an application using the graphics API of choice, such as the WGPU. And then you cook up some example, which kind of resembles the examples we were looking at last time. Feature. Spear V out. Currently unsupported. Render pipeline, compute pipeline, vertex shader, fragment shader, compute shader. You don't get geometry or tessellation. Nobody touches that. Imagine touching geometry shaders. That'd be kind of eek. I wanted to mess with like geometry and tessellation shaders at some point, but I don't know. I don't know why the hell I would want to do that. Why would I even need those? We have mesh pipelines. The mesh shaders are calling to me. What do we got? We got the mutable state, the runtime control flow, the runtime memory layout, the memory layout validation, push constants, atomics, writable storage, fire emoji, hot reloading. Hot reloading is fire emoji. Hello and welcome to the Trade Splatter. Master of the Wingdings. This is intended for use in engine projects where panicking is unacceptable, as it makes the runtime unable to respond to invalid pipelines. Community Discord server with permalink by the looks of it. You might also like other ways to write shaders in Rust. Naga, if you want to convert Shame's WGSL output into Spear V, or etc. WGPU, the recommended graphics library for use with the Shame. Of course, you know Mesaka never uses the recommended options. We always have to break things, don't we? Don't we? Don't we? Some cursed options. Cursed options? What the cursed options? You get primitive topology, bind group layouts, vertex buffers, attachments, depth and stencil tests. You know we gotta star that. Definitely, definitely. Possible to bind resources like have the depth buffers for simultaneous read and write. Are you even allowed to simultaneously read and write from a depth buffer? That sounds kind of eek. Shame? Shame derive? Example? Triangle API showcase. What's in the API showcase? Different examples. Example. I shouldn't be awake right now. Good night. Hello / good night. To the heirs, the witch. It's a name we need to shout out. More canonically known as the Abbey. Unless you're typing the name into the shout out command. Yeah. We need to close some tabs. Those who are unfamiliar with the concept of the close tabs redeem. I have like a Firefox window. And it's full of multiple windows actually. And they're full of tabs that I have not touched in an eternity. So every time we get closed tabs, we just hunt down one of these windows and then like nuke 5 or 6 of these. I've been picking on this particular window, but I have like quite a few. How many windows do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 23. I have a lot of windows open. Kind of a lot. Oh, look, we need to close more tabs. Funny that. Oh, funny that. Complain about the knife, something or other. Got it cheaper. Did it? I don't remember the last time I touched that. It might have gotten cheaper. Where'd that window go? Yeah, we'll grab a few more off here. Oops. What we do? We will get rid of ASCII. Why do we have ASCII? Cryoflux Stream Protocol? Grease Weasel? Flux something or other? Windows FLTK IUI draw WebSocket stream. Why is that open? Maybe you. I think I lost count slightly. It should be at least 5 though. Memory hazard. Very memory hazard. I think I made it cheaper because nobody's gonna destroy all the tabs at that higher price. There's too many. There's way too many. Actually, since I've been covering all this stuff, this is sort of topical of a question. Because, like, depth attachments, these are kind of like, I guess, input types of sorts. depth and stencil input attachments. When rendering to only the depth or stencil aspect of an image, an input attachment accessing the other aspect will not cause a data race. To avoid a data race, the aspect not being written must be in a read-only layout, and writes to it must be disabled in the draw state. Example, this is not quite the same thing, but pretty close, almost. Example, to read from a stencil while writing depth, the attachment must be in depth attachment stencil read-only optimal or equivalent. But yeah, we're looking for reading and writing to the depth buffer in some way. Synchronization options. Non-overlapping access between resources. Load and store operations have fairly wide alignment requirements, potentially affecting entire sub-resources and adjacent depth stencil aspects. Makes it invalid to access a non-attachment sub-resource that is simultaneously being used as an attachment, where other access performs a write operation. The only exception to this is if the sub-resource is in an image layout attachment feedback loop optimal. Sampling from read only. What is this? Read the current fragment depth. Yeah, I think that's like, I think that is possible for depth shaders in some way. Vulkan includes read-only layouts for depth and stencil images. I don't remember where I saw this, but like, I'm pretty sure what you're talking about is a thing somewhere. Store operations for attachments with a depth stencil format operate in late fragment tests bit pipeline stage. Store operations for attachments with a color format operate execute in stage color attachment output. We got load. This might be something specific to like shaders or some such. Shaders or pipelines. It's like a special case in like depth shaders, I think. Be fragment? On the fragment? Fragment operation. Depth replacement. Writing to the fragment depth built-in will replace the fragment's calculated depth value for each sample in the input sample mask. Depth testing performed after the fragment shader. This fragment will now use the new value. Depth attachment rights. I don't know if that was in here. I'm curious where in the in the specification it called out, but like I don't know where it is. I think as far as like a pipeline goes, though, it would be like it'd be something that you'd get from like the depth output or something, not necessarily. Not necessarily something that you'd have as like an input attachment or something. If I ever wanted to see what a 13-dimensional cube looks like. You know, I barely know what a 3-dimensional cube looks like. How am I supposed to figure out what a hyper-dimensional cube looks like? It looks a little fuzzy. That's a little bit fuzzy. I don't know what I'm looking for here. Rotations. I can rotate. Just recalculates the graph. Projection of cube is very... I don't know. Not very cubic. I don't know what that one does. I don't know what that one does. Seemingly nothing, though. It's very slow. It's very slow, that is. It is the penguin operator. Hello again. I don't think I'm gonna find this silly thing. I think that's too far down there. I think that's probably in the shader language stuff, if anything. Right, what was I doing? I was refactoring something. Lovely refactoring of things. I want to go in here. X is something or other. Do I even use this? I don't think we used that structure. I think we just used like the other one. 3. That re. Too much re. And then instead of pointing at get, we can do info. And then I can type the wrong key, apparently. Get the address from info. And yeah, I should be good there. Good with that. My 4chan? Read? Kinda sorta did in a way. I'm still like, I'm not entirely sure if I want to implement or keep render passes or not. Tired? Here, tired? Something or other? Could turn on this extra bright light. Stare into the bright light. Drink the hydrate. I don't know if I will ever have my throat be free of that ick. I think the hydrate helps it a little bit though. A little bit. Black tea and ginger. The only form of ginger I have is what, maybe ground ginger? The lemonade. I don't usually make lemonade. I've discovered the Darjeeling tea. I don't know if I've ever had that or not. I probably might have, but like I really don't remember. I'm My memory of T's is not so good. The rooibos. I have had that before. That one I definitely remember. That one I definitely remember. I wish there was an easy way to like test this thing. Besides just being like, oh, it's we do this now, and then we do that now, and then we do this now. Could just like reset what? Reset the swap chain object? Like device swap chains clear? Which will kind of break all of the render pass nonsense. Slightly. Kinda. Probably. You don't want to break all the render pass nonsense. I should have like a better way of doing this. Like, we don't have to do that. We can just be like else and add some sort of like fallback format. Like this one, we throw that one everywhere. And device, render path. It has to be shared, not unique. Because we gotta put this everywhere. Shared pointer everywhere. Just a slight error. Now, what are we doing here? Validate frame buffer. Wait, we don't call this. Bye-bye. Does it have repository? It does have repository. located at /home /Misaka /key on Ithaca. It's, yeah, totally. Uh-huh. Was I looking for errors? Incompatible pointer types? Reserve attachments. In 32. Delete? We don't need that. Can I possibly accept PRs or I don't know. I kind of want to do that myself. It's a bit involved, and there's also some like implementation details that are a little bit specific to the way it works. Forward to 2026. I don't think it will take me that long. I don't think it will take me that long. Then again, you never know. Wait. First of all, why is device not saved? And second of all, why is main? In main, we have to disable Wayland. So we can actually run the graphics stack. Those don't coexist yet. Segmentation fault. Yummy.
Who will finish their work first, Misaka or Star Citizen?
That's a good question. I kind of have a little bit of a head start by a few years. But I don't know if I'll finish or not. What the heck? Sound effect was really messed up sounding. Also, hello to Yingling and the Jolly Jumper with the double of the underscore. Why do I come up with these stream titles? I make them up. No AI involved ever. I may have to refresh this. Usually, I come up with my stream title based on some sort of occurrence, some sort of event that happens within the previous day. And the stream titles are also sort of loosely based on what I intend to do during a day. During the stream. So the titles, they vaguely have a connection to the stream, and they vaguely have a connection to stuff that happened before the stream. Get convicted for AI memes. I have not heard about the AI memes. This is not something that I follow too much either. If render pass is not null handle, the sub pass must be a valid sub pass within render pass. My render pass have no sub passes. Did I make an empty render pass? Add color attachment. Add a graphics subpass. I did forget to add a subpass. Oh my god. Segmentation fault. The faults have been thoroughly segmented. And we also got some like validation stuff complaining here. So where are you for this run? Shader output not consumed. There is no subpass color attachment 0. You know what we probably did not do? Actually increment the color attachment count. It's always the little things. Still get segmentation fault though. That's not promising. Not promising at all. It happened during frame. Somewhere in frame. Init swap chain. I guess this also kind of depends on there being a swap chain. As a device. Swap chain size. Greater than 0. That's not the right key. We live? No. Because what? Validate frame buffer doesn't exist? Size greater than 0? This isn't even related to the thing that I was trying to write. Swap chains. This time for sure. Yeah, you live. We've successfully achieved rendering. Again, without output. Yeah. You know what would be lovely, though? Output. Yeah, where's that janky clear function that we put in here? If we get rid of that, are you capable of running, or do you validation error? The validation error creates swap chain fails. Where's that at? Some more hydrate. How many hydrate? How many hydrate? There's cheese. How much cheese? There's a fly on my monitor. Oh wait, that's a spinning black triangle. Hello and welcome to the Sleepy Teal Coder, whose message is slightly missed. Almost. Kinda, sorta, almost. What would you hear? Create render paths, samplers, swap chain. If the swap chain fails? The most expensive game in the world. It's gonna be a record in and of itself. Somewhat E. Write a game in 10 years for half the price? Well, I mean, we got Misaka Key Engine here. It's only been sitting around for like, I don't know, 14, 15 years of development. Totally used some funding for it. Clearly. Make very high quality game with engine. Or maybe not. It's not even a game, it's a game engine. I am making game engine. Rendering engine. That could potentially be used for game, but there isn't a game attached to it. That's probably the worst part of the whole thing. My engine does not have game. If swap chain initialization fails, I think we have to do this the long way. Like begin. While you're not equal to end. That's not a semicolon. So now you should be iterator. I wish there was a way to double dereference iterators. Unfortunately, there is not. We fail swap chain initialization. Do device swap chains. What is it? It's erase. Erase at chain and then return iterator. And then I guess continue. So we have initialization failure. We're not supposed to crash. I don't think you're supposed to crash like that. It's the MCI place. I tripped over my words. And for me to stretch? Gasp? A very gasp? The armored core. I don't think I've ever grammed armored core. It's still on my to maybe do list, I guess. PM or the AM? All of my clocks are in 24-hour time. Don't AM or the PM. I don't know if we did like end of init swap chains. End of the init swap chains. Oh, we initialized correctly this time. Okay. If you can call failure successful initialization. M is not for Meridian. M is for Mesaka. AM. Always Mesaka time. Always Mesaka time. We did not do one of those stretches, though. The anti-Mesaka. The post-Mesaka. Imagine a post-Mesaka economy. Whatever will we do without the Mesaka? Only Mesaka knows where the keyboard of the Twilight is hidden. Bad apple. only Meisaka. Except for the part where Meisaka will not kill all the other girls who are interested in you. It does not want to be your girlfriend. It will not hack the game files on your computer, deleting every other existence to accomplish any of these things. And will definitely not send you creepy messages on social media. All of the playlist for the music on the stream is on the hard drive. The Misaka Media Server. You know, there's an actual piece of software called MMS. Or was it LMMS? It was LMMS. The Misaka Media Server is not to be confused with the confuted. Why can I not word? MMS is a protocol, yes, the multimedia message. The multimedia message. No, wait, that's not right. Service. Cannot Word because Word is only available in Windows. And this is not Windows. This is Arch, clearly, by the way. It's official. Linux makes you unable to speak Word because Word is only available in Windows. Biggest oof. Vulkan is too verbose. We need to burn it all down. Maybe it's not verbose enough. We need to burn it all down. And then write it again. More verbose. More verbose. More errors. I have too many windows open. Firefox windows. Let's quit Firefox. Let's quit Discord. Let's disconnect from Tmux. Let's just quit Sway. Yes, you didn't need Sway. You don't need a window manager. Who needs a desktop? Might need some hydration though. So hello and welcome to the Absolute Heretical. We imagine our workspace. Yeah, instead we'll go to like GTY3 and then we'll run the program, which will do some little mode switchy thing, and then it will present to me this lovely polygon and this lovely frame time graph and nothing else. Welcome to the program, TM. You know what would be fantastic about this program right about now? Would be if it was capable of reading any of the input devices. I literally cannot touch the program other than to kill it from the command line. Because the keyboard focus is on the command line window, which is on a different graphics card entirely. So yeah, we can start it up, we can look at it, it looks sort of pretty. Otherwise we have to go back to... We're probably gonna have to go back to Sway. Eteria is a 2D pixel art-ish browser MMORPG with a custom WebGL engine written in JavaScript and TypeScript. And then there's a server that was being rewritten in Rust. Yeah, we don't usually talk about... We don't usually talk about the Etheria. The Golang? I don't know Golang. I don't think we know Zig either. I can just summon my Firefox window back into existence. It has my reference in it. Pizza. It knows of the pizza. Maybe not the right kind of pizza. Fae is a supposedly strongly typed functional and expressions-based limit language. Like implementing right now. This is Key Engine. Project code path. Key, K-I. I'm making a mess. Apparently we're making a mess. Which is different from implementing a mess. But not by much. Give me fragrant operations. And by fragrant, I mean fragment. I suppose there's two different avenues that I could go down. We could ask Wayland to give us a Linux DMA buff. And then we could like render to that. Or, or, or I could implement something else. I could implement input functions. We could take a slight break from Vulkan, maybe, probably, perhaps, never. Never take a break from Vulkan. It's Vulkan all the way. Might need to go down the Linux DMA buffer route so we can have some flavor of output that's not nothing. Vulkan is in control now. There is nothing else. Nothing, not anything else. Other than the program. The program. Only the program. I might have to get myself a little break though. I think I have to get up again. Where are you? Where are you? Where me? Got break time thing, this thing, that thing, and that.